All right, let's get started. Welcome everyone. I hope everyone's going well. Today we're going to move on to other sections of the mock-up. We're going to hopefully do the search and the project information page, but we'll start off with the simple one. We'll start off with the search. I'm just going around with doing stuff like this, so reference never used and all that kind of stuff. All right, I'm just gonna close all of that. I'm gonna minimize all that. We might as well open up this. Go into search, component. Oh wait, apps, right there. It's saying the wrap is never used. I don't know. Assigned a value but never used. It's not there. Oh, spec, yeah, all right. So it's used there, it's used there. All right, cool. No, that one's fine. It's defined here, but it's not used. All right, so we can get rid of that there, and we can get rid of that one there. All right, cool. Easy done. And then that's in 3 times. There we go. Easy done. And then tooltip component is defined but never used, and that's on the dashboard page. Yeah, all right. So I had it in there for testing purposes, and I had it down at the bottom, and I ended up just removing it. So yeah, we can get rid of that. And error nav class is assigned a value but never used. Oh yeah, this is the nav component. I've done a little bit of change at the moment. So there it is, the nav class. I no longer have it in there because we're now dealing that as an if statement, so we can get rid of it like that. Awesome. All right, cool. It also means we can get rid of that too. And then if I do the lint, all is done. All right, easy done. End-to-end run dev, everything should just work. Cool. So I just wanted to get that fixed very, very quickly. And I've just hit the wrong page. There we go. All right, sweet. So a couple of minor changes is I've now added in a little transition. So as you can see, there's just minor transitions, nothing to write home about. But yeah, that was on a recommendation of someone else. So yeah, what we want to do is we want to get the start page up and running. I've got a couple of mock-ups over on that page. Yeah, all right, cool. So I'm just going to close these tabs. Now, where's the search component? That will be down here. We've got a search page. One thing I got to think about is with the search page. Another thing I want to actually do too, I want to actually implement this drop down up here very quickly. All right, cool. Yeah, what I want to do is I want to implement a couple of settings on here. For example, dark mode, light mode, and what language the user wants. We're only giving them 2 options at the moment. It'll be very, very, very simple thing to implement. Yeah, that's all at the moment. That being said, switch. All right. I'm sure that looks really, really good and all that, but we need something just simple. Something almost like that. Oh wow, all right, yeah. It looks like it's gonna be its own component then. All right, cool, not a problem. Yeah, I'm just thinking about that at the moment, whether I want to implement it. All right, not at the moment. Something a bit later. I want to focus on pretty much the search and the object page itself. So when someone comes into here, have the object page sort of set out. Then I can start building all these components that I require. As you see, even with the sort of creation thing, I'm not doing the drop down for the group permissions yet. I'm going to do that a bit later. I just need feedback of this whole thing first, and then I can scaffold out the permissions. Now, give me a couple of seconds. Oh, I need to log in, don't I? Sorry, I'm just logging into NearBeach at the moment. And we need component reconstruction. So I'm going to bring this down. So we've got a bunch of components in here that I'm slowly creating up. What we want to do, toggle between two states. Yeah. Light and dark. Easy done. We're just going to put that in. Yeah, as part of the backlog at the moment. Cool. So yeah. All right. So if we go into the project, we've got the search functionality. What I want to do now, at the moment, we can use the card sort of layout, which I think sort of works. We've already got it set up how we want it to, and so for that, if I go over here, let's bang open one of these, CD up, yep, CD into NearBeach. Let's go source, VM, then activate, is done. We're going to go platform 3, manage, let's just run server. You should have some data in there, sure, cool. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put that one up there, because that goes up there. Stream health is best to look at. All right, cool. I'm just going to use the basic sort of that. Let's go into down here. All right, cool. So as you see, I've got the sort of basic card layout type of stuff going on. And I'm just wondering if we should shuffle things around. I've had a look at other designs where they're going back onto table views and so forth like that, and I just don't like them. Yeah. We've got the status. Oh, sorry, be good. Oh. There's definitely room for improvement here. So one thing which I was thinking of doing, let's say we've got our card like this. What we could potentially put up here is what it is. So we could put in project. And then let's and then we would put in like what it was, like so, and then let's do over here. The project title, go here, and then we'll leave it like that, and then over here, so for example, it might be backlog, something sort of like that. I'm trying to think what else. I'm looking at the sort of mock-up design that's happened, so in progress. Yeah, I would put the type over there. I won't use assigned or anything like that. Yeah, I think I would keep it something as simple as that. With this, we can then sort of shape it. So what I mean is, let's point over here. With the backlog, the higher order functionality, what you actually have is you'll have locked, normal, and closed. I'm just double checking that. All right, that would be, let's go into list of project statuses. All right, cool, you click in here, open up this. Oh, backlog, I forgot backlog. So from there, what we could do is we can color coordinate all of these. So thus the status sort of has a color associated with it. Now I understand that not always the best thing to do because someone could be colorblind. Yes, I understand that. Now, I'm just throwing my pen everywhere and stuff like that. But yeah, I think that's probably the best way of doing this. I mean, we probably won't need project there because we'll have the suffix for all of that in there. But it can help. Good case for having project in here is we can make it international. So it will have an international name in there, and then the PRO will still stay the same. That will be fine. That will be fine. I will need to translate these. But however, the text here, someone might actually go, instead of having backlog, it'll be for discussion, which might be the equivalent of a backlog or something like that. And it just gets connected to backlog. All right. So that can be translated by the users themselves. All right. So this is our search page so far. I'm just going to go in here. I'm just going to create a search card. Like so. And we're just going to go div class search card, and I'm just going to go add code in there. I'm going to leave it like that. Easy done. We're not going to worry too much. We'll modify this to how we want it to look. All right, on the search page, we can get rid of this. We can get rid of this. That's perfectly fine. We'll have, we've got a card component. And we'll have another card component for the results. Like so. And here I want to put in search card. Like so. We'll actually take a copy of those and we'll be like, all right, cool. That's all what we want at the moment. We'll figure stuff out as we go along. So going back to here, we've got nothing in there. Ooh, all right. Search card should actually have some code, some text. Hello world. I'm going to put in nothing. Right, let's just reload just in case. Am I building it? That's the other thing. I should be. Yeah. It's there. Alright, not a worry. We'll figure this one out. So we've got the div class and then we've got the class header. We've got socks. Alright. I'm gonna go over here. Socks. We're just gonna write in card header down here. We're just gonna leave it like that. All right, so that one's popping through. I don't know why about these. So let's just go search card. Just gonna do something like that. We're just gonna go up here. Oh, we're not importing it. That's probably why. Oh, we should get rid of stuff we're not using anymore. Import search card from, and that's where we'll just go search card.view. Things done. We'll go back over here. Now this is having a problem. I don't know why. There we go. We've now got it in. That was it. I just wasn't importing it correctly. So I'm just gonna get rid of that. We've got that. That's gonna show up nothing. We're just gonna have add code in here. And there we go. So we've got to be flexible enough with this. Now you'll notice that there is a bit of, there's a connection in there. And what I'm probably going to end up doing is we'll have the search page. We won't have these components like this on there. We'll actually have other components in there. We'll break it down a lot smaller than that. So we're only dealing with just a tiny bit of a render space. So we've got the search card. What I want to actually do is then I'm going to create another directory. I'm going to go and call this one search filter. And then I'm going to call one search results. Like so. So the search card itself will actually go underneath the search results because it'll be used under there. With the search filter, we're just going to go create a new component and call it search filter. Easy done. We're just going to add that in. And with the search results, we're going to add in the same thing. So we're just going to go view component and go search results. And boom, like so. Easy done. Bob's your uncle. With the search page, what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of that, we're going to get rid of that, we're going to get rid of that. We won't need these anymore. We're going to get rid of all of those. And we won't need, I believe we won't need that. On the mounted, yeah, we won't need any of that. This then becomes a very, very dumb sort of unit. So we're going to import, and we're going to import the search filter from, and this is where we go search filter view, so just like that. And we also need to import the search results. There we go. Ooh, I kind of like it. Import search filter from. I'm gonna keep them both the same. Then in the template, what we need is we just need search filter. And then search results, like that. And that's all that's going to do. So we've got nothing in there at the moment. I'm not too worried. What we're going to do is we're going to jump over into the search filter and we're going to set stuff up. So up here, what we want to do is we want to import the card component from, and this is where we go components, we go prefab, we go card, and we go card component. Done. Cool. We're all happy. And then import card header from, don't know what happened then. Prefab card header. I don't know if we're going to use a footer. I'll have a think about it. So put in the card component. Now we've got slots in here. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go card header. We're going to go title equals search projects. Easy done. And then it will be not subtitle but description. Won't be search project. It'll be use the filter objects below to refine your results. Something pretty stock standard and simple. And then what I want to do, add code. All right. So I never press escape then. And there it goes. So we've got the search projects, use the filter below to refine your results. Easy done. So I'm happy with that. And then what we could do from here is with the search results, we're pretty much importing the same things. Import the card component. We won't use a header this time. We'll do something like this. We won't use that. Instead, I'm just going to put a P in here and go card results. I am also going to try and put a class in here and go search results in here. Because down here, what I can do is I can scope this and then I can go margin top. I'm just going to go one REM at the moment. Easy done. Another thing I'm going to do very, very quickly is socks is here. And as you see, that gives us a little bit of a gap, which I'm kind of liking at the moment. Now, another thing which I probably don't like is the fact that this description, if I get rid of it, does take up quite a bit. And then if I get rid of that, all right. Yeah, I'll figure it out how I want this. I mean, we can move stuff around and so forth like that. That's not going to be a problem. Okay, so if I refresh, use the filter below, yada yada yada. Even if I put in up here, yeah, all right. Okay, not a problem. We'll once again, we'll figure it out. So, let's just put stuff in. We're just going to put input type search, placeholder, search projects, like so. It works pretty well. Maybe one of those things that I put in a little icon and so forth like that into here. I don't like the fact that there is a massive gap. And there's a massive gap. Even if I get rid of this. So if I delete that, brings it up a little bit. Okay, hang on a second. I can tweak all of this. Yeah. All right. Use the filters below to refine your results. All right, cool. And then I just get rid of this description. All right, cool. Let's have a look at that. Boom, we can fix this up even better. So down in the scope section, what we could do is we can have a dot instructions class down here. What we can do is font family. Much like the description for the font family, I need to actually go into the card header itself. So I'm just going to go into here. So we've got, we just got font lighter. That's all we need. We don't need font family. Font weight equals lighter. And there we go. And then what we need, I'm just going to put margin 0 for the moment because boom, it'll do this. But what I can actually do is I'd still say 0 on the top, 0 on the side, and then 0.125 REM, and then 0 on the side again. And I might make that 0.5. 0, 0.5 REM, and then 0 again. All right, cool. And that gives us that sort of spacing. And now the next thing I got to do is with this input is it's got to be width at 100%, so it takes up the whole place. So straight away, let's go down here. Let's go input. Width is just going to be 100%. We're happy with that. All right. Now I do want to do the hourglass thing there. CSS before. So a lot of times we do the CSS before type stuff. So doing sort of like icons here, and as you see, there's content right there, and so forth like that. Now that might not work in our sort of case. And G-Bone, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. Welcome, welcome. How's your week been? Sorry, big God. Oh, that's good to hear. That's really good to hear. Another thing we could do is we could move this into its own component where we handle it in that sort of component. So we'll have the items overlap each other in that component. Are you coming back? Long week, but okay. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Whoa. Hopefully this week is a lot shorter. So yeah. Socks. Stay still. People want to see you, socks. They pay good money to see you. She's like, yeah, they pay money? Treats. Let the cat cook. She loves to run around and cause trouble. And how are you, bad guy codes? Hopefully you're going well. So yeah, to solve this problem of the search, what we could do is, oops, I thought I had the pen on. We could have two components that are drawn out. So one would be the input, the second would be the magnifying glass, which I know looks very, very horrible. I can't draw. So what we would do is we'll then put this over here. And oops. And we would add in a little bit of margin on the left. So that thus, when the person starts typing, they start typing here. And that's how I would tackle that problem. And putting that in its own smaller component might be a little bit better, because that way it's all handled in that one little tiny component. And I could potentially use it elsewhere too. So it's not just on put on this page. It can be, you know, used in other areas. Now, socks. Can I get to my keyboard? Thank you. So I might do that. So under search filter, I will create a new directory though, and I'll call it search input. Whether I keep it here, who knows? We'll find out. And then we'll call it like that. And then what I'm going to do, I'm just going to grab that. We're just going to go up here. We're just going to paste it in like that. We're just going to get rid of that. We are going to go up here and go search filter. We're not going to worry about too much at the moment. I know I need to probably admit the results up into here. We're not going to deal with that functionality yet. We're only going to deal with the design, because I want to get the design out and get people to sort of give me feedback for the design before I even attempt any of the functionality within NearBeach. So you're on the keyboard again. So we're going to get rid of the input. We are going to go down here, and we're going to have a quick, oops. Oh no, I'm just going to hit refresh. We haven't called it in, that's why. Import search filter from, and then we're just doing it from a long way, prefab. Actually, no, this will be search, and this will be search input. I've made a mistake. Search input. There we go. Made a mistake. Fixed it up. There we go. Got a few things wrong there. There we go. So what I want to do is I'm going to go into the search input. We've got the scope. We're going to go input, and we're going to go width is just going to be 100%. And we're happy with that. The defaults are perfectly fine, so the size of the text is perfectly fine. However, I want to import an icon, so I want to import the search icon from there. And what I want to do, I'm just going to do that for the moment. It's going to default onto that. That's perfectly fine. We're just going to jump onto this like so. So we've got 24 pixels. If I have a jump down here with input, alright. Now if memory serves me correctly, it's Christmas week, so much shorter. Yeah, trying to get the pull request done. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. So, yep. I luckily don't have to do many. Alright, cool. So, we're here. I'm just going to try one thing. I'm just going to go... And if we put in 16 pixels, it doesn't work. It hates it. If we do something like that, 16 pixels... Memory serves me correctly, this is still going to be 24 because we need to pass through a number. Oops. Cap locks was hit, that's why. And then with the 16, I just hit refresh. No. Oh, it's going to be rebinded in. 16. Alright, I'm not going to spend too much time on that itself. What I am going to spend time on is seeing what I can do with CSS. Clicked on the wrong unit. So the good news is I can deal with this in CSS. Now, if I inspect this search element, we've got line height of 1.5, a line height of that, padding, yep, all right, cool. Font size 1.5 rem. So I'm just going to inspect this once again. I'm just going to go, let's say width 1.5 rem. Height is 1.5 rem. I don't know if that worked, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to change that to 25 rem. Oh, 1 rem. So it will work with rem. All right, cool. So I'm not too worried now. Looking great so far. Thank you. Yeah. We do actually have the latest mock-ups at the moment online. Double checking the address. So at the moment it's little tiny bits, fixing little tiny things and also doing pages and getting that vertical slice working. Once we've got that vertical slice working, I will want all the feedback as possible because we'll be building components after that. So, yeah. All right, I'm just gonna hit refresh. So we've got that. Now, what I wanna do, this will be an SVG, and we're saying width is gonna be 1.5 rem, height is gonna be 1.5 rem. Sweet. We also want to state that this is going to be position. I do believe fixed is going to be the best way to do it. And then what we want to do is transform and then translate. We want it to translate in the Y address. I'm just going to go 1.5 rem. Well, that's not going to work. Oh, that just doesn't line up. .75 works though. And then we need to translate in the Y address. Sorry, in the X address. Oh. I like that. All right, cool. So we're going in here. I'm making a streaming platform for developers, program coders. It's been my idea for a long time. Neat. What are you hoping the streaming platform will do? Like, I'm assuming streaming content and all that kind of stuff. But what else are you hoping it to do? All right. So position will be fixed, and then the this will be translate, will be all of that. So then we got something like that. Now I've got to think about this input here. And I think it's left padding. So it'll be 0.5 on the top, 0.5 rem on the right, 0.5 rem on the bottom. And then this will be, I think 2.5 rem. I think that's perfect. Almost, actually. Yeah. All right, cool. No, transform. Sorry, that is, yeah, transform. All right, so input, what we wanted to have was padding, 0.5 rem, 0.5 rem, 0.5 rem, and it was 2.25 rem. And I am Alex. I am Dev Alex. Hey, how are you going, Alex? Hopefully going well. Well, just getting the proof of concept, fair enough, done, and the mock-up done, fair enough. We'll start with basic features now, chat, etc. Nice, and hopefully you can use NearBeach to help manage it. Clearly, I've got a self-plug. All right, so this is done. I'm quite happy with how that's looking. I might change the color of that icon. So if we go, for example, Tailwind, search in here, and we just find a couple of the good examples in here. Sorry, I should have just done something like that. They've got it a lot lighter, and that's what I'm also going to do. Going well, a nice self-plug, yep. I've got to do it. All right, so what I want to do here is, I think the color will be a variable, and that will be text. I'm just going to go red first. I mean, that makes kind of sense. I keep forgetting all the variable names for all of these stuff. So I want to do styles, variables. I want to do general variables, and in here we've got text muted, text red. Oh, I didn't have a text light. I might keep it text red for the moment, because it matches the border the instant you click on it. And hopefully it'll pull the user towards using it. Alright, another thing I should point out is if we go into here, we list all objects. We've got includes closed group, closed objects, and so forth like that. We'll need to implement something similar with this too. Alright, give me a couple of seconds, my father's calling. Sorry about that. All right, getting back into it. So as you can see here, we've got the includes closed objects, and for the administrators, include all groups. So an admin user might only have access to 1 or 2 groups, but they've technically got access to everything. When they're searching, they don't need everything. They just need what they've got to focus on. So that's why we've got it like this. A normal user should not be able to see any other sort of objects they do not have access to. So we've got to figure out how to make those look nice. I have a mock diagram and I had a look at it. It's got something slightly different with the wording. And it's got them side by side. So we'll have a quick play. So what we could do here, user filters, then we've got the search input, and then what we could do is we can have a div, search options, like so. What's the progress now? What are things we can do to it? So at the if you're talking about the mock-up, at the moment the mock-up's just for visual sort of feedback and so forth like that. That's what NearBeach will eventually look at. At the moment, if you're talking about NearBeach, it's a minimal viable product. Well, it's not a minimal viable product. It's a full-fledged product like this. As you can see, it doesn't look nice. It's pretty ugly looking. But what you can actually do with it is you can gather basic organization and customer details. You've got Kanban boards in there. You've got projects and tasks. You can gather user requirements and break them down into requirement items, which are more requirements of the helicopter sort of view. The requirement items are in the field sort of view. And if you ever do requests for changes, it's got a request for change feature in it too. So yeah, it looks ugly. There's a bit of technical debt in it, and that's what the upgrade will actually happen to get rid of. So yeah, make it look nicer. And hey, Blit Videos, welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. Okay, so this will be a tick box. So what I want to do is I want to have form group in here. Filter out closed items. And then what we want is input type equals a checkbox. I'll do that for the moment. And then filter out Stonewall groups. Do something like that. Now it's throwing up an error with both of them. I do believe I'm missing. I need to import it, that's why. As simple as that. You're new around here, what's this? So, I built an open source project management system called NearBeach. Essentially, it helps you track and manage your projects. We are currently going through a massive refactor where we are getting rid of the technical debt because it's been around quite a while. It has a bit of technical debt, but also at the same time redesigning. So yeah, making it look nicer. And yes, Alex, this is Socks. She likes to jump onto stream all the time. So here she is. She is 11, turning 12 in a couple of months. So yeah. All right. Hi, so I've just put a basic sort of form group in there. We're just putting them there just to see how they'll look. As you see, they're not really looking like much at the moment. I'm pretty sure that is screwing up. I'm gonna go to the declaration form group. Yeah, I thought so. I don't know why it's like coming up with that, which is annoying because I would not have done it like that. I'm just gonna put a label in here, and we're going to go filter out any closed objects, and then we're just going to do the same thing here. Label filter out external groups. I don't get to see you that often. Oh, fair enough. The time zones don't want me to see you. Fair enough. Yeah, she's a gorgeous cat. She's also making sure I'm clean at the moment. If you can't hear that licking noise. Alright, we want to go up here, delete all of that. And what I want to do is we want to actually do a few things. We want to also put an ID in here and go filter out closed, and we want to go down here and go filter out external. This label will be oops. Filter out closed, and this one will be filter out external. And just because I'm getting used to accessibility and all that kind of stuff, alright, cool. Show markup example. I'm just going to zoom in so you guys can actually see. We've got import and label, ID bell for bell. Alright, cool. Type checkbox, name scientist. Value bell. All right. Yeah, value true. External groups. I'm just putting this in, filter out to and then we're going to go into here. We're just going to hit refresh. Now, as you can see, nothing sort of lines up how we want it to. So we've got there's fun stuff to try and get correct. Yeah. So I want to get it correct as soon as possible, with the idea being with NearBeach. If I tackle it now, I'll constantly do it, and then hopefully accessibility will be actually done in NearBeach properly. So yeah, that's also part of the design feedback, so we'll get that. Now I'm just realizing that this actually needs a new component. So we're gonna go down here, we're gonna go into here, and we're gonna go checkbox component. We're just going to make that right now. We're just going to put that as we're constructing it. Input for text. That's actually on accessibility at the moment. This is me tracking all the components that I'm building and so forth like that. So using NearBeach to build NearBeach. What I actually kind of want to do is actually move that away from this now. I feel like I can make a generic sort of component for this. So we're going to do that, and we're going to put it in here. So with the prefab, we're going to open this up. We're going to go new. We're going to go not file. We want folder. And what the folder I want is going to be, this will be checkbox. component. And we're just going to do that very, very quickly. Easy done. So in here, what we want to do is we want an input type equals checkbox. The value, we'll need to map all of these. Yeah, we'll need to map all of these. So I'm just going to do that for the moment, and then we'll have a label. We'll just do that for the moment. Actually, I'm going to get rid of those. What we're going to do, we're going to go over here. We're just going to go like this. We're just going to go in here. We're just going to paste those in, and we're getting rid of this. I'm getting rid of this, and we're getting rid of this. We won't need the form group anymore, so that means we just need to import the checkbox component. Like so. Scroll down here. We've got the search options in here, so yeah, we still want that, and we want checkbox component like that, and I'm just going to leave it like that for the moment. Okay, so we should have it looking like this. We'll fix everything up, don't you worry. So the first thing I want to do, put that there. That will make it like that. Idea is, if someone also clicks on this, it'll click on that, and so, and yeah, you know. The next thing we want to do is start defining our props. So, and our models. So what we want to do is we want to go const props equals define props. We're going to have, this is where I'm going to look up the model stuff too, because it's done differently now. Won't take me too long. We're going to have one called label. It's going to be type of string. Required is going to be true. I'm going to require. We'll also have an ID. So we'll have an ID. Type is going to be string, or required is going to be true. Now I'm also going to have import computed from view. I'm just going to go set up props, not proofs. Can't spell. Computed. This is going to be just a simple const ID equals. Oh no, it can't be ID. It'll have to be. I know I'll call it something somewhere else. Computed tooltip ID. All right, cool. Const. This will be checkbox ID. That will be as simple as computed, and then that will just return something like checkbox props ID. That's it. And then down here, what we do is we go ID equals checkbox ID. Type is that. Value we'll have to do as the model soon. We'll have to also deal with the name too. I'm just going to do that for the moment. Now, what I'm going to do for the label, I'm going to go for equals the checkbox ID. Easy done. We're all happy with that. And then I think So that's going to be props.label. And that should be... Ooh. Sorry, I just saw the YouTube chat. I'm learning ML. How's the market of that? Don't know. I don't deal with any machine learning or anything like that. Sorry, so I wouldn't have a clue how the market is with that. But good luck. No, it should be pretty interesting. So yeah. I'm sorry I left you on hang for a little bit. Alright, so we've got that coming up. Okay, so we've got the search page. I can close the search page, that's all done. The checkbox component. What I'm going to do, div class equals search option, and we're going to nick that, we're going to put that into there, we're going to bump that down on a different line, we're just going to do that, and we're going to go label equals filter out closed objects. The ID is going to be, I'm going to keep it like that. That's simple as, that's fine. And then we'll go ahead, div class equals search option. And then you've got the checkbox component once again. This will be, I'm just going to go like that. Label equals filter out. Actually, I'm not going to include this one. Not for the moment. We'll see how this goes, and then we'll probably add it. No, I should add it. I'll need the feedback. That's the problem. All right, search option. Cool. Checkbox component. We'll do something like that. We'll bump it like that, and then we'll go label equals, and then this will be filter out. External groups. Filter out external groups. All right, cool. This is where I'm going to go and look up view model components. Because I did this before, and I'm just going to turn on the fan. Oh, it's gotten hot in here. Oh. It is summer. But today has not been summer weather. Today's been early spring weather. It's not too cold. I think in its 20s. Yeah, 17 degrees Celsius or 63 Fahrenheit at the moment. So much hotter in here though. So, and Codeflex, yeah, not much of contribution there, mate. All right, checkbox. We've got all that sort of sorted. That's looking okay. Yeah, we just got to remember how to do this, where we send down model equals defined model. That's it. All right, cool. Yeah, const equals to the model. All right. So down here, we just got model, const model equals defined model. Yeah, all right, cool. It's just that. All right, so that means down here, we get rid of that. Oops. Oh. Should be just that. Maybe not. Yeah, no, it sucks. Yeah, it should be just that. Yep, vmodel, model, vmodel, model. All right, cool, cool, cool. So yeah. So that means in here, what I could do is I can go vmodel equals, and then we're just going to define a couple of models. So I'm just going to import ref from Vue, and I'm just going to go into here and go ref const. Thank you, socks. Const. We don't want props. What we want is filter out closed objects equals ref, and we want that as true. And then we filter out external groups. We want another ref, and we want that as true. Easy done. We want to just go to 30, and then in here we just go to filter out closed objects. Cool. Actually, that's the wrong one. That's meant to be up there. Easy done. vmodel equals filter out external groups. So if we now go back to here, we've got those ticked. Now you guys won't see this, but I've got the Vue components over here. I have component routed view. All right, cool. Anonymous component base. Yep. Search page, search filter. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to change one of them to files, and as you see, there we go, perfect. And the same thing will happen here if I untick those and tick those, the reference updates. So I'm happy with that. I might give a little bit of a gap for that, but that's just part of the CSS. So full thing right now. And what I could do is I can have them both on. Alright, give me a couple of seconds. Sucks. Coming over here. No, I need my keyboard, sweetie. Alright, so in here we'll have the search options. So I'm just going to go down here and I'm just going to create a new line. I'm just going to go search options like so. And what I want to do, display flex, just to make life easier for everyone. Flex direction is going to be, I'm just going to go, yeah, I'm going to keep it in the row. And then what I'm going to do is search option. I'm going to go max width is going to be 100 view width times by 1/3. Hang on. Yeah, we've just screwed up because of that little colon. I'm just going to put that up like that. So these should have a max of 1/3 now. Actually, instead of max width, I'm just going to say width. And at the moment it's if I do 10? Yeah, all right. 4, 3, 5. This is actually just now playing around with the CSS. So I'm going to jump onto mobile view. I'm going to hide that. Yeah, mobile view doesn't quite work. On mobile view, we definitely want it at 1/2. Or It doesn't. All right. All right. Let's stick on the mobile view at the moment. So I'm just going to go and rewrite that to column. I'm getting rid of this for the moment. We're going to have a look at what it looks like on mobile and get it perfected on mobile before we add stuff to it. Now the margin top. It's going to be 1 REM for the moment. We're going to have a look at that. I think one. Sorry about that. I think 1 REM is going to be the best. I did turn it back on. That just gives it a little bit of a break. I feel like we need a little bit more padding at the bottom. So what I'm going to do that REM and then 0 and then 0.75 REM at the bottom and then 0 again. And I feel like that looks good. Now, I might add a little bit of spacing in between those, and that's as easy as me going dot search option and just doing margin bottom and 0.25 REM. There we go, that's sort of, Now on phone, those are really, really close to each other, and it's going to be very annoying if someone were to try and press something like that. Which is why padding is probably better. Definitely in this sort of case. So, padding is going to be 1 REM, 0.75. Oh, that's for the search options. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of that. All right, cool. Let's try that one out. Alright, I like that. And it gives the ability, if someone misses, just that little bit of extra padding down here. Though the label doesn't fill it out completely, which is a bit annoying. Alright, I'm going to try one quick thing. Actually, no, I want to keep that one in. All right. We've got a label in here, and what we can do is we can add padding on a label, and I'm just going to go 0.5.rem and then 0. So that does add some padding in, but it doesn't move everything. All right. So what I could potentially do is in the checkbox component itself, go down here, go label, padding is going to be 0.5 REM, and we're going to do that with the input too. And when we have a look at this, we've got padding like that. And another thing is, I don't know if we want to do the full R100 across, because someone could click over here in this blank space and not want to interact with this over here. So I'm kind of about that at the moment. So those are the basic simple ones. Now if we go to iPad, this is where we want to change things around. So the search options on an iPad, and what we want to do is at media, this is where I need to look up the media variables, medium screen, yeah, it'll be medium screen. All right, cool. So in this sort of case, we want flex direction to actually be a row. Like that. We don't want them so close together. So what we're going to do is the space between. So justify content space between. So it's like that. And oh god, I don't know what happened then. And then it's that's a bug. And then it'll be like that. All right. I'm a bit up in the air about that choice. Yeah, I'm very up in the air about that choice. But I'm gonna say, let's leave it at that. We can come back and refine it at a later date. So what I want to do is I want to go back over here. We want to go into, so we've done the checkbox component, we're happy with it. We've done the search filter, we're happy with it. So we want the search results. I'm just going to close all tabs. We just need what we need. So we just need search results. We're going to open up the search results. So this is where at the moment I'm just going to hard code things in because I just want people to give me feedback on the design of it. We're not implementing functionality. So let's get the cards in. So we got the card component, which we're happy with. I'm just wondering also at the same time, if I go into here, card search result. Oh, neat! It stacks the class names. All right, cool. What I want to do is I want to import the search results. This is actually called search results, this one. Search card from at components. This will be the search, this will be search results, and this will be search card, and that will be search card. Yeah, we're all happy with that. And then we just want to go search card, and we're just going to do that a couple of times and leave it like that. All right, we're going to open up the search card, and yeah, we've got add code in there. Sweet. So we're doing something. Done. As you see, it's all add code. Now at the moment it looks kind of like this. I'm not sure if I want it to have it like that, or I've got a mock-up over here. Yeah, it's This is going to be 100%. All right. First thing I want to do I'm going to add in our temporary hot pink. So we've just got hot pink in there. I'm just also going to raise the desk. Cool. Shit. Just broke the chips. All right. Looks like I won't be able to sit back down. As you see, all that hot pink, we can see in here if we go width at 100%, it's not going to work because on the card itself, we've got a bunch of stuff happening. What's the matter, socks? Come on. There we go. Say hi to everyone. Whoa, don't fall off. So if I did want something going across the whole entire way, I would have to figure it out here. What I could potentially do is in the search results, padding, I'm just going to put padding 0, see if I can actually override that. Yeah, all right. Yeah, it does that. I'll get rid of that. Yeah, it's because that's the padding and all that kind of fun stuff. But I do know the. Yeah, I know socks. For those wondering. There she is. She wants treats. Alright. Alright, so we're clicking on this one. We got, let's go calculate 100% plus 2 REMs. It might be 4 REMs. But then we need to transform that. So translate, not translate, transform, translate on the x-axis, -2 REM. And as you can see, that's how we could get it so it lines up perfectly with the card itself. Alright. So I can't buy a new chair for Christmas. That is something we could easily do. Let's do that for mobile first. So I'm just going to refresh. There's the mobile. We know on the mobile it's a little bit different. So the card itself, if we have a look at the card, it's hit the max card width. All right, cool. It hasn't hit the max card width. And what we've got is we've got 0.5 REM on each side. So in here, search results, we're going to modify this to be this would be the search card under each one of those. Alright, cool. So I'll go to the search card. So search card, border, hot pink. what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete that for the moment. Border bottom. I'm going to do 2 pixels solid hot pink. All right, just so we can see it. And then what I want is width to be calculated 100% plus 1 REM. Now if we go over here, we'll notice it bumps over a little bit. If we actually have a look at each of these components, it bumps over, if it lets me, or just out of bounds and all that kind of fun stuff. All right, cool. So with that knowledge, what we want is transform, translate X, and then we do negative 0.5 REM. And then I'm just going to refresh because that would have mucked up that. We no longer have the bump on either side. We've got a lovely sort of, as you can see, lovely sort of border. That's going to be great for us. You know, Socks is over here. I'm just going to, whoop, there it goes, Socks. They want to see you, not me. Now, another thing which I could potentially do, and I've just thought of it, is we can add in a header. So I'm just going to add another file. I'm going to call it search header. And I'm just going to go in here. I'm just going to add in another new component. I'm just going to go search header. I'm going to add it in. I'm just going to go div class equals search header. I'm all happy with that. I'm just going to put in header for this for the moment. I'm just going to format it like that. We're going to have dot search header in here like so. We're going to do the exact same thing. So we're going to have the width being set to a calc of 100% plus 1 REM, and then we're going to have a transform, translate in the x-axis, negative 0 convert. All right, we're not going to worry about the border just yet. Maybe. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about a border just yet. So up here, what I want to do, import search header. We're just going to do all of that. We're just going to go up here and go search header, like so. We're going to bump over here. We've just got header in there. All right, cool. And that will actually contain the information we require. And we're going to hide some information depending on how big things are and so forth like that. So let's actually talk about that. Let's discuss what we want. So if I go, I'm just going to go div in here. It's going to go class equals object ID, and then we'll have like the ID in here. I'm just going to go like that. ID, we'll have div class equals object title, and then we'll just have title in here, and then div class equals object status, and we'll have just the status like that. So those are the 3 fields we kind of want. As you see, it'll do something like that. Down in the search header, what we can do is we can go display flex. Flex direction is going to be in a single row. As you see, everything's in a single row. And then we're going to sort of figure it out how this is all going to look. Yeah, we'll figure this one out. Because at the moment, what am I trying to say? At the moment, we don't know the width of everything. I'm just going to have a quick look at my my diagram. All right, so they've got plenty of space. I think we should use that plenty of space. All right. So object ID, I'm just going to go with calc 100% divided by 6, easy done. We're also going to have the dot object status also be the same, and then the dot object title should be something like that. All right, we're going to test this out thoroughly. Now, another thing is when we're on the mobile format, we might actually want this to appear a little bit different. So, for example, we might not want the ID to appear, and instead put that above the title. Actually, incorporate that in the title section. We still need the status, but yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, so going over here, what do we want to do? All right, we'll come back to that, but let's go in search card at the moment. What we want to do is we kind of want to do these three, so I'm just going to copy these three. We're just going to go and paste them in. All right, oh, sucks. And I'm just going to go, let's say, project 3, creating the project information mock for users for feedback. Status is in progress. All right, cool. So as you see, it kind of looks like that. Not happy, but we're going to fix this up very, very quickly right now. So one thing I could potentially do is, once again, go down here. We can just go object ID. Also, object status is going to have a width of calculated 100% divided by 6. And then object title is going to have a width of 100% divided by, times by 2 divided by 3. Like that. Just going to fix that up very, very quickly. So that's looking a little bit better. We then need to, I'm getting rid of the hot pink. We then need to display flex. We also need to go flex direction is going to be a row, force that into a row. So that's how it looks. So on mobile phone, I'm not a fan of the ID being there. And that's not going to be a problem. We can actually do something where we can hide it on mobile phones. And we've just hit an ad break. I am going to fetch some more water. So here's Socks. She'll hopefully entertain you guys. I will be right back. I just need more water. are we with 20 seconds left? All right, cool. For those on YouTube, we run ads on Twitch. Yeah, don't worry about them. You don't get ads. All right, cool. Sorry, socks, I need my hand back. And welcome back, everyone. So, I don't like the IDs on mobile. I want to give this more sort of space. And hey, Sherry Carrot, how are you going? Hopefully going well. What have you been up to? Have you been to the snow? So, object ID. And Scotty B, how are you? Hopefully you're going well. I don't know if you've been to the snow. I'm just going to say display none. So it's not going to appear at all. We're actually going to copy this and we're going to put it in the header. Like so. You're good? Oh, that's great to hear. So yeah. Yeah, I can't complain. Finally on Christmas break. So yeah, I've been working very, very hard. Now I'm working on the new design for NearBeach. Well, at least getting the mock-up so that way I get feedback from people and that way I can fix it up. So yeah. But otherwise, it's been good. Yeah. All right, object title, that will be, actually now that will be, that'll be 5 on 6. Cause, yeah, it'll be 5 on 6. Or maybe not. Maybe still 2/3. Yeah. All right. Cool. Not a problem. And then do 1/3 for that. And then if we go into the cards, we'll once again do 1/3 and then 2/3. I think that looks good. That gives us enough space. Just. Yeah, alright. I still want to give a little bit more space because someone could have a really long status name, or when we translate the do translations and stuff like that, it'll wrap around. So yeah. We had a little snow fighting paint. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Oh, that sucks. I'm hoping you're feeling a little bit better now, Scotty B. Alright, so I'm just going to move that in like that, just using my shoulder. I just want to add in a bit of padding on each side now. So up here, what we want to do, padding. Oops, I know we haven't finished it. Do we want padding for the top or this is the search card? Is that the search card level itself? I'm going to say yes, we want 0.25 rem on each side. I'm believing we want the same. So I'm going to do that. Need a bit more. There we go. That's looking a lot better. And we'll apply that also on the heading itself. So we're going to go in padding 0.5 rem. Soon took meds, almost an hour to go getting break. Oh, that's good to hear. Alright, so that's looking a lot better. Everything's a little bit more separated. We need to add in the IDs for the project and all that kind of fun stuff in here. But what I want to do is I kind of want to add it as, oh, that's the wrong one in. Don't want to edit that one. I want to edit this one. What I want to do I want to add it as a component up here. Oh. Because I feel like we'll be using this over and over and over and over and over again. We kind of want it in there. Because we'll use this in multiple different places. Now, I'll say this is part of the search results. Again, what we want is we want object ID, as we want to call it. Or object ID tag. Actually, I'm going to put this as prefab. So we're going to go object ID tag in here. Thank you, Socks, for looking. And then we've got to put object ID tag in here. Thank you, Sherry. Yeah, it's Socks. She's getting old now. She's almost 12. So yeah, I've had her 10, almost 11 years. So yeah, 11 years in April next year. All right, so we're gonna add that in straight away. Oops, sorry, I was meant to go up to the top like that. So straight away, what we want to do is we want to go const props equals define props. And what we want to do, we want to have an ID. This will be a type number. Required is going to be true. And then, this is where we've got the object type, don't we? Yeah, I forgot how I did this correctly. So we'll have object type. That will be type string, and then we validate. Validation, field validation. All right. No, not on that one. I forgot where we did it. Was it verified? No. All right, this is where we just Google it. So VueJS props validate props, or custom validation or something like that. Prop declaration. We want to go through here. I think. Because we had types. Here we go. Prop validation. Cool. String to validator. All right, and it's something like that. Validator. All right. And enums object.values. All right, cool. So required. This is broken. The value does not translate back into. All right. So I've got to fix this up with the button component. All right, cool. So, or did we fix it up and I just haven't removed that comment? Enum values, the values, all right, no, that looks like it's correct. All right, cool. Sorry, it sucks, but I'm just going to put that over there. And what we need to do now, that is object state enums. That's part of the utilities. So we need to go down and open up new design, go source, go utils, enums. You got the object. I'm just gonna click on that. I'm just gonna go object type enums of TypeScript. We're gonna add that in. I said we're gonna add that in. And then what we want to do, export enum, object type enums, and then it's going to be going from the top bottom. I can think of project. Like project. Task, requirement, and so forth like that. I'm just gonna add more objects. We've got to do. I should do this, shouldn't I? And in theory, we don't need to actually change these to these values in here. These could be just. I think that's fine. Oh, but then it gets changed to zeros and stuff like that. All right. Going to do that. All right, and then we'll have requirement item. Like that, and then we've got the Kanban board. I guess I should link these. Got the Kanban card, which will happen after the board. So, yeah, I'm just gonna, no, I should, because I'll copy that in the future and be like, I'm missing something. Organization and customers, like I said, customer equals customer, organization element OPQR. All right, organization. Requirement item, Kanban board, Kanban card, project task, request for change. Found a little bug here where this should actually be above everything else. We'll fix that in a second. That's just doing the index, the Z index. So we've got the request for change, we've got task, we've got requirement, we've got Kanban board, we've got that. All right. So those are pretty much all the objects off the top of my head that we've got in NearBeach. So in new project, what we want to do, sorry, not new project, what, close that. In here, we've got the object type. Now, if I go over here, this is going to be required, is going to be true, and then validator, a validator is going to be a function where the value is going to be a string. It's going to return back a boolean, and we've got const enum values. Oh, it doesn't matter because they're both the same. Both sides are the same. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually I'll do it just in case. And this will be object type enums. people have pointed out that I should be using some. But we'll leave it like that at the moment. There's probably a better way of doing that. I'm open to any ideas around that. All right, so we've got the ID, we've got the object type. We'll have the object label or object title, which will be a type of string, and once again, it'll need to be required. And then we'll need status and higher order status. Or I'm going to say false for the status as being required because, for example, requirement items do not have a status. Actually, no, they do have a status. What am I thinking of? Kanban boards don't have a status, but the Kanban cards do. What else? Requests for changes have statuses. Yeah, it's just the ones, some of them just don't. So we've got to sort of program for those ones that don't. Easy done, we just leave them out. Up here we'll have higher order status. Once again, that's going to be type string. Required is going to be false. I'm going to put a default as that. And same down here, default is going to be that. And we just check for that. Number 13 is going to have a comma on there like that. So if we go down here and we do something like this, I'm just going to add code in there for the moment. The idea is this is going to be the object ID tag. Actually, this will be a span, sorry. Very simple span. We're just going to do something like that. We're just going to go, all right, cool. We're going to go in here and we're going to, actually, we don't need status. Yeah, we don't need status at all. All right, not a problem. Let's just do this. Let's bump this so you can see me. Hi again. So yeah, what we want is in here, we want object title. We want object ID. So I'm having a little bit of a think. A couple of things I want to actually do. So straight off the bat, I want to go class equals, and I'm going to put a couple of these backticks in here, and I am going to go object ID tag, and then I'm going to do a space, and then I'm just going to go props dot object type. Leave it like that. Another thing I've got to do is a computed sort of tag. So what I want to go import computed from Vue. I want to go props for here. I want to go down to there, and I want to go down here and go computed. And then I want to go const. And this will be this is probably how I'm going to change things. because we'll have the object type in like long form, so project, requirement items, and so forth like that. I could just use a dictionary. It's probably going to be so much better than using the types and stuff like that. It's probably just going to be like that. So I'll bump that off to the left. Let's actually open up a console. Let's get rid of all of what's in there. Let's go var equals, and then we've got something like this. And we just go create a new map, but what if we have it already defined? Yeah, we do. All right, cool. We have something like that. Project, and we'll just have pro like that, and then we'll have something like task, like that, Kanban board, and that will be Kanban. Yeah, it'll be can, and then Kanban card, and that will be card. Oh, that will be board, won't it? No, that we can. So we'll have it like that, and then if we go a.project, give us something like that. So if I've got, let's say b equals, let's say project, something like that, and I go a and then b, should give us something like that. And if I go c equals, let's go, there you go. I go A and then C, it's going to give us an undefined. So if we do, that will be like that. All right. So not needed yet, but we'll keep that in the code. What we'll do with the utilities is we'll have a dictionary. Because it's not part of a, it's not part of an interface. Part of the dictionary, and yeah, we'll do it like that. So what do I want to call this? So I've been calling it everything like that. All right, cool. New file. What this will be is object type to shortcode.ts. Easy done. Or let's rename it. Oops, sucks too poor. Object type dictionary. And then we export default. Just double checking that. Export. All right, cool. Yeah, socks. TypeScript export. Alright, persons equals all of that. Alright, cool. I don't want all of that. No. Alright. So I'm just quickly looking up, because we're doing stuff in TypeScript, I want to make sure I do this correctly. So export to class dictionary. All right, this is getting really, really confusing for something simple. It's probably just going to be like that. No, I don't know. I want to export it properly. All right, we're just going to play around with it, figure it all out. So, export. That's right. Oh, fuck off with that fucking. Sorry, excuse me, my French. That is TypeScript, yeah. All right. As you can see, operations in the dictionary aren't complicated. I'll bump that off to the right so you guys can read what I'm saying. Modification. All right, cool. Add new value to get. All right, sweet. Implementation of dictionary in TypeScript. Started with the definition of the key interface. So export interface. Key collection to add key string value t. Okay, I don't think we need. We might need some complexity with this now that I think about it. So export interface, where we add contains key, This is a generic interface meaning T. You can type any. All right, cool. We won't be adding stuff. We'll actually be declaring it pretty. I think we're overthinking things. I think we really are. We should just be export default, and it should be, for example, project, and it's just going to be pro, and so forth with that. So what we can actually do is we can grab the object type dictionary that, not the type, sorry, the interfaces that we, the type enums. We can actually grab what we've done on another one, go into here, just paste that over like so. We won't need to, actually no, we'll still need to do this. So that'll be cust, that'll be can, that will be card, that will be org, that will be RFC, that'll be requirement, REQ, that will be item, that will be project, and that will be task. And then instead of the equal sign, we're actually going to get rid of that. We're just doing something like that. It's going to be very, very basic, very, very simple. Oh, there we go. All right, cool. So that should be it. I think I was just overly complicating stuff when I didn't need it to be. I just need something as simple as that. All right, so we're going to go back into our object ID tag. We are going to get rid of the computed. What we are going to do is we're going to import that object type dictionary. So we're going to go import object type dictionary, and that will be from at utils. That will be dictionaries, and then there will be object type dictionary. Well, all right, cool. With the validator here, all we need to do is go return object type dictionary dot has the value. That's it. That's if it has the value in there. Isn't that right, Socks? You're like, no, no, stop it. Cool. So, down here, with the span, so this is the object tag ID. This might where we, yeah, this is where we'll need the computed stuff. Oh, we don't need that anymore. And that's gonna fast. I think it wants it like that. Yeah, it wants it like that. Does not equal undefined. All right, cool. Now that's throwing up a problem. All right. I'll tell you what. Let's just do that. Oh, so stop it. All right, we're gonna import mount it on mount. I'm just going to say data, we're just going to object type dictionary. Like so. All right, cool. I just want to see how this will work. We'll need the ID, we'll need all of that, that's perfectly fine. In the search cards, what we're actually going to do is we're going to put that in there for the moment. We're going to go in here and go object ID tag. We're just going to go ID equals 12, object type equals project, like that. Socks, seriously, no. Higher order status. Oh, we don't need higher order status in here. I don't know why I was thinking of that. We've only got the two fields. And then we just need to import that. That's pretty stock standard. All right. Going to go over here. I'm just going to refresh. I'm going to have a look at the console. I'm going to bump the console off to the left. So as you can see, yeah, it is an object. All right, cool. That's what we want. And then we got temp 0. And then if we got project in there, does not equal undefined. We're happy. Yeah, all right. All right, let's go into here. We've got all of this. I'm not going to worry about that in a second. I'll get rid of it. We need to get rid of this, and then we've got the validator. That will be the value, such that that will be return. That will be object. It's going to call it that. Wish they fixed some of these bugs. No duplicate keys. We've got duplicate keys. All right, short object type. All right, right, that should work perfectly fine. Value.return, where the short object type pass through the value does not equal undefined. All right. Now, what is this wanting? Alright, view element implicitly has an any type because expression of type string can't be used to index type. Alright, cool. This is where I go over here and I'm like, all right, cool. We're going to store one of those into there. We're going to delete all of this. We've got temp0. There we go. We're going to work with this. So if we go temp0.customer, boom, that's perfectly fine. Easy done. But what if we've got var a equals customer? We can't go temp0.a. That doesn't work. We've got to do it something like this, but we've been hit by a problem where this isn't defined. So we're going to quickly define it. I'm going to go into here. I'm going to go type script define dictionary. This will be define object. Value types. All right, cool, like that. Yeah, all right, so stuff. Cool, I'm just going to go in here. We are going to go up to the top of the thing. We're going to paste this in as a reference. It's going to have a problem. All right, no, we're not going to worry about that. So export default, and then what we want to do is we've got something like that, and then we do something like that, and then in here we've got key. That's going to be a string, followed by a string, and then we've got an equals. Now that doesn't like that. That's fine. We're going to go const, and then we're going to go object type, or how did we name it over here? I actually liked it, how we renamed it over here. Short object type. Short object dictionary. All right, we're going to rename this. It's a short object dictionary. Easy done. Now, that's not meant to be an equals, that's meant to be like that. Now, that's not having a problem. That should all work fine now. And I think splitting it up into those lines is perfectly fine. It just saves the complexities and so forth like that. All right, so now that that is exporting in that shape, we've got to rename this to short objects dictionaries. Easy done. And we've got the short object type. So that's fun and dandy. We've got the short option type. We're not going to validate that like that. So that should be fine now. We can get rid of that. We can bump that like that. Put a little thing on there. We can lint the whole thing out at the moment. We don't need the on mount. but we might need the onComputed. So I'm just going to go computed from view. We're going to go to 18, and we're going to go computed in here. We're just going to go const, and what we kind of want to do is set this up. I'm just having a quick think. All right. We want the span to be in there. I'm just going to say tag equals computed, and what we're returning is we have the short object type, and then we've got the props, and then the object type in there, and then we'll have another one where we'll have the props, and then we'll just have the ID to string. Actually, that won't matter because it's in here. And then down here, what we want to do is we just want to go in here and just go tag, like so. In reality, we can have this whole thing down here, and that's not going to be a problem whatsoever. Oh. That's going to be type of string. There we go. So I'm having a look at it, and I'm kind of like, oh, I really should do that. So I'm gonna get rid of that. We don't need computed anymore. That's perfectly fine. We're just gonna simplify this even more. We'll have it like that. In fact, this can be simplified all the way down to this. So we'll have the short object type, props, and then the object type, and then /, and then we'll just have props.id in there. Like so. So if we go over into our code now, I'll bump that off to the right. We should see, yeah, you've got the project 12 in there now. Sweet. All right. That's what we want. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in a little bit more to that. Socks, yeah. Sorry, Socks is looking, had her tongue sticking out for a little while she's looking angry at me. All right. So, what I want to do is I want that Pro 12 to be not inline. I want it to be its own little block. So we're going to go over here, and we're going to go with the span. We're going to go display block, easy done. We want a little bit of padding, and we're going to go 0.125 rem for the top and bottom, and we're going to go 0.25 rem for either side. Once again, we'll figure this one out in a second. We're also going to go background color hot pink for the moment. And that's the problem with that is we don't want the tag to take the whole entire width. We only want the tag to take just what's around that tag. We also want a bit of margin at the bottom. Like so. Maybe not that much. maybe a little bit. I think that's good. Yeah. All right. Now, with this, oh God, keyboard. Seeing if there is a. Oh, hang on a minute. That's. Table works. I mean, table does work. Set up there. However, I do believe CSS breakpoint after span. I think there is actually. Yeah, but it's taking the full width. That's the problem. CSS display table. All right, we're gonna have a look at. There we go. You guys can actually view. So we've got a bunch. We've got the display grid, inline block, which we don't want to block. Do they have? There's a couple of multis. Alright, let's actually play around with the multis. So I'm going to go back over here. We've got the table. What we're going to do is we're going to have the block, and then we've got the flex. No. Yes, the tables that still work. Alright. Go back over here. No. Other values. Display table. Alright. Okay. Okay. In some browsers, change the display value of a table element to block reflex will alter the representation of the accessibility tree that cause the table to no longer be announced properly by screen reading technology. Alright, cool. The next thing I could potentially do is I could turn it back into a div instead of a span. That's going to make life a lot easier for all of us. And it's just as simple as me going in here and going, alright, cool, not dev, but div. Down here, we just go div. We just display block and all that kind of fun stuff. We go back into here. Oh, it's still... That's where we need to... Yeah, still wanting table. Alright. But... also at the same time, we've got this, we've got the object tag and that, and we can just say, oh, this for the object title. Is we can go display flex, flex direction column. Right, then this is really, really big. In which case we don't want it as a table. In which case, yeah, that's... In which case we don't want it as a span. Oh, I should do background color first. Alright, display. This is where I'm just going to look it up. Alright, CSS span have width as large, as small as text. Inline block. All right. Let's change a few things around. We've got the object tag. We're just going to go span on there. We're just going to go back over here and go span, and then that will be inline block. We're just going to go still full width. This is not what I want. Table's no longer working. All right, I'm going to go with the one that was working. I'm just going to go table. Get rid of these two. Boom. All right, I'm happy with that. We're not going to change anything else. We will be going back into here. We will be going border radius. It's going to be var border radius. Something like that. And then, of course, we're going to increase these. So the top and bottom, I'm happy with. I think that's going to be nice. The one. I think that's nice. Alright, cool. I'm going to get rid of the background border, obvious reasons why. We're going to have a look at the variables at the moment. So we're going to go into styles, variables, general variables. So in here we've got a bunch of different variables where we've got a bunch of colors also in here. I'm going to say we're going to use different colors for each different object itself. It's just that I've got to pick those colors. So, looking at the objects, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, we don't have enough. So, I'm just going to go into color. Something like this, start the generation. 2, 3, 4, 5. Just wondering if they've got an option to I'm just wondering if they've damn it. Alright. I've only got 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, not a problem. They'll go into here at the moment. And what I'll do, cool, export, no, not URL, sorry, whoops, let's go code. I'm just gonna, actually, I just need this last section down here. Like so, and I just dropped my pen, all right. We don't need much of the information down here. What I do need is HSL, which I don't have. Alright. There's a blue, hex, red, green, blue. Alright, not a problem. Give me 2 seconds. Let's just do this. We got the colors. Oh, should have gone. Sorry, hex to HSL. And then what we want is we want this. Actually, I've got to do it the long way. Sorry, copy that. I'm going to paste that in like that, and then we copy this. So going from the top to the bottom. What I want to do, alright, set all the object colors here. We actually want to format this so it looks normal. We want, it's going to be customer, color, HSL, we'll do it like that. All right, and then we'll have Kanban board color. Like that. There we go. Kanban board color. I'm just going to quickly do this very, very quickly. We've got the Kanban card color. We've then got the organization color. Request for change color, requirement color, requirement item color. project color, task color. Alright, cool. And yeah, we'll shit. Alright, I've done the first one. I'll just delete that one. Frosted mint. Cool, frosted mint, done. Bang. Delete all the way down there. We don't care about all of that. These are going to be temporary colors. Once again, I'm not too worried about the colors at the moment. I will get feedback on the colors. And then these will be variables. We can just key them into the system however we want to. So yeah, I'm not too fast. Then we delete all of that. Icy blue, we want to grab that. We're going to go back over here. We're going to hit paste. We're going to go copy. We're just going to go all the way up. We're just going to paste that in like that. We then want to scroll back down. We then want to delete all of that. We want to copy this. Hello, I said copy. We want to go over here. We want to paste that in. The joys of copying and pasting at the moment. Alright, cool. Almost there. Okay. Very crush. I'm going to delete all of that. I'm going to hold that down for a little bit. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go over here. And I am not here. We're just going to go up here. Alright, cool. Copy, and I'm going to paste, I'm going to copy that, and we're going to paste that in like that, and then what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of all of these because we're fine with that, like that. We want to get rid of cap blocks is just, we're going to copy all of this, we're going to go down here, we're just going to open up this, and we're going to do something like this. And then, what is the difference again? 26, 53, 89 turns into it. Oh, I don't know how to change those into the Dart equivalent, so we're going to ignore that for the moment. Once again, this will be open for people to put their input in. I should close my book curtains in a second. Alright. So, the reason why we've done all of that, I should now have something set that sort of represents what that object's color is. I do know people are colorblind and some of these things will look very similar to each other. It's annoying. I should also do text. So I should copy that and do that. And go text color, but then change this. Yeah, so it's ups. Yeah, so that would be 24.51. And I really should say background color, like that, and then text color. And it's implied that it's a color. So that's 10.2. That is going to be 46.86. And what I can do is I can actually flip these, because there's a reason why I'm doing it like this, and then that should be, that'll be 38.04. And that's going to be 27.84. Background, and then copy paste. And whoops, went too far with that. All right, this will be 13.53. Text, and then that will be 32.94. And that will be 55. That'll be 54.12. That's a little bit close, but we'll tweak these values out. So we'll work on them. That's text, and then whoops. That is going to be 31.18. Alright, yeah, some of these we will definitely need to tweak a lot more. Like this one, I'm not happy with straight off the bat. Alright, yep, like that better. This one also I don't like. Yep, that will be better. This one, yeah. That'll be better like that. I'm just going to knock off, make that a little bit tiny, a bit darker. This one, not that dark. But that also works, around about the 9% for that. Yep, perfect. Yeah, I'll go through and make that look a lot better. Let's have a look like that. Because yeah, we want a bright background, dark text for the moment, and we want to flip those values when we're dealing in dark mode. So yeah. All right. What I want to do is, now that we've got that, is we're going to put those into here. So I'm going to program this for everything. So we want to do dot, and then, oh no, this will be the and dot, and we'll have the customer, and then we'll have the background color is going to be the bar, and it's going to be the customer background, like so. And then we want the color to be bar customer text, like that. And oops, we want to do that with the Kanban board also. Sweet, I actually picked that up pretty quickly. The Kanban card. Boom, boom. Alright, that's actually, it's lovely when this stuff actually works. Organization. Cool, easy done. We've got the request for change. Huge name, background request for change text. Alright, sweet. We'll also have the requirement in there too. Boom, boom. We'll have the requirement item. Oh, this one broke a little. It's meant to be like that. This one also broke a little too. There you go. Always double check what it fills out. So we've got the project, boom, oops, sorry, that's meant to be boom, and then like that, and then at dot task, boom, boom. Alright, so if I go back in here, boom. Alright, cool. So we now got our colors appearing in here. We've got this little tag going how we want it to. I'm happy with that. So yeah, we might make the text a little bit smaller. So currently the text at the moment should be 1.25 rem on mobile phone. Oh, we've got a bunch of errors. Failed importing to reload. Oh no, that's fine. If I hit refresh. Yeah, errors be gone. Yeah. I'm just inspecting these tags right now. What we're going to do is we're getting rid of the console stuff. We're going to go into the computer, and if we scroll down to the font stuff, we should have font size somewhere in here. I'm going to right and click and double check that I'm on the span itself. Alright, anyway, it should be 1.25. What I'm going to do is I'm going to drop that to 0.75 rem. So it's a very tiny number. We don't need it as large as we had. I think that's good. It's still highlighting that, hey, there's some bit of information here that you might need or find some use of. So yeah, I kind of like that, and we can use this in multiple different areas too. So this is a very, very simple object. Now we don't have Kanban in here, do we? It's Kanban board. So yeah, sometimes the AI gets confused. Alright, so we've got a couple of we've got a bit of hot pink there. Alright, so one of my margins that ain't working correctly, we'll fix that up in a little while, but at the moment I'm happy with all of this. It's looking okay. I do want to sort of emphasize that this is a header up here, so we're going to change the background for the title up there. So with the search header, This actually gives a good so I'm having another think too. The search header, we want every second one to be a little bit different. But yeah, but not a problem. We're going to change the background first with the search header. So with the search header, we are going to go background color. We want bar, and if we go back to the general sort of stuff, we could use dark. Which honestly isn't that super dark. We kind of want, we could do a dark header. Oh, we could do, what was the, sorry, BG dark. Which does not work because it blends in with the card, all right. But at the same time, I kind of want to emphasize that it's something else. Say it's primary, but also if we have a look, there is, looks like there's a tiny bit of card results. The margin top is 16 pixels. All right, so we kind of don't want that. So in the search results, I'm going to go down here. Margin top. Oh wait, that's for going outside. Yeah, no, sorry, padding. Padding is what we're wanting to have a look at. So padding top is 4 pixels. I'm just gonna go padding top bigger than 0. That should knock that up. Now, we're in a sort of state where we're in the mobile format. We don't want the curved card stuff, so I'm going to leave it like that for the moment. Yeah, I know there's something nagging me about this, but I'll figure it out later. All right, so what we want to do, the object ID tag I'm happy with. We're going to use in multiple different places. It's a pretty simple component. What we'll actually end up doing is running a bunch of unit tests in it to make sure everything lines up correctly. With the search card, what we want to do is in here, we've got the object ID tag. We've got all of this. I'm just going to put in class equals object tag, easy done, and under here we're going to have something under, I haven't done there, dot object, actually no, this it's a little bit more confusing. Object title. So under object title, we'll have the something under there dot object tag. This will be perfectly fine like this. Will be fine like that. We'll do at screen. Sorry, at media, and we'll do. When we reach tablet, I think. Let's have a look at the media variables. Small screen is 640. Yeah, let's do medium screen. So at medium screen, what we want to do is for that dot object tag display none. All right. Boom. Good. So we've now got that. That will stay 2/3. This one will change. So at media, medium screen, that will then change to width. Calc is going to be 100% divided by 6. Easy done, because we'll add in the other component in there. In which case, what we've got to do is that will disappear there, and then at media, medium screen, we'll have a display, and then that will just be a block, the default. So I didn't. All right, cool. So that's looking good. And then what will happen is if we go back to, let's say, an iPhone 6, cool, we got it like that, so we're condensing the information up a little, even when it's in that sort of format, but as we sort of increase, boom, it will go into that sort of format. And we've got to fix up everything else, but let's focus on this and then deal with the other screen sizes as we go along. So in here, we're all happy with all of that at the moment, with it displaying and so forth like that. We'll also need to do an at media in here, but we'll worry about that in a second. It's just to change this particular value down here and these particular values too. So that can actually go up here. That'll be perfectly fine. Up here we've got this object ID 2. We're going to actually go and import the object ID tag, where the ID equals, I'm just going to say 12 at the moment. We'll set up the props in a minute and pass those through. Actually, no, it's best to set those up now. Okay, cool. So props, let's go const props equals define props. It misses, absolutely completely utterly misses. So this will be type of number because it'll be an ID, it'll be required true. And then we'll need a couple of other things. We'll need object type. We're going to nick that from down here. So I'm going to go declare this. I'm just going to nick that because that's going to be perfectly the exact same. We're just going to paste that in. It's going to import what we need. Awesome. We'll need the title. Type string required true, easy done, we're happy with that. And then what I can do is I can get rid of that, I can put that in, and I can put in title in there, object tag up here, I can then put in props, get props dot ID, and then I can put in object type equals now in this sort of case, this will be the props dot, I need to declare it, alright cool, like that, be like hey, that will be props dot object type, those are the two fields that go down into there, that's all done. Now, believe it or not, let's just copy this, paste it down here and delete that one, that's it, because they're both the same, it's just with the object title, it will disappear and put it, and the object ID one will reappear when they cross that point. That's all. With this, we've got the status. All right, so this is going to be type of string. Required is going to be false, and default is going to be nothing. Now, we've got object status. We're going to turn that into a tag also, and we're going to pick a couple of colors to sort of represent that tag. Yeah, I'm just having a quick think. Sorry, I can get rid of that. All right, I can clean up a lot of this. All right. I'm going to do the same here. So what we did for object ID tag, we're going to do with object status. So that's under the prefab. So under components, we've got the prefab, we have the object ID tag. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to go object status tag, because it is a tag. I'm going to cheat. I'm just going to copy this one. I'm just going to paste it in here. I'm just going to add it in. There's a lot of similarities and stuff like that. Now, actually, there's, when I say that, some similarities and there's some not. So we've got the ID, and then we've got the higher order status, which is going to be a bit different. Whoops. So the higher order status is required. It's going to be true. This is where we need another enum situation. Sorry, dictionary situation. Actually, yeah, we kind of do. Definitely for validation and stuff like that. So, actually, no, we don't, because it's set in stone. So I'm just going to go over into here. Oh, we've got to rename the field name, don't we? So we've got the object ID tag, and then we've got the object status tag. I'm just going to rename that right now. This won't do a refactor. Object status tag. Alright, we won't need that. We'll need the props. So, I've done the wrong file. Alright, I'm going to close that one. Object status tag. Alright, we're going to remove that. This is the higher order status. Boolean. We'll have an array. And it'll be highest, high, normal, low, and lowest. If memory serves me correctly. So, actually, no, it's not that at all. So if we go to list the project statuses, we open them up. So higher order status would be backlog, normal, blocked, or closed. And then it includes the value, and what we want to do is we just want to return that. that's it. So those higher order statuses are set in stone. So we just need to make sure that is correct. And then what we want to do down here is we want to, instead of the ID, we want the status tag. And then what we want is the higher order statuses coming through. So we've got all of those. I just want to go to lowercase in here because they should both be lowercase. Then down in here, this one's going to be a lot simpler. We've just got the normal status. It's not going to be a number. It's just going to be a string. It's going to have to be required. And then we just go status. We're all happy with that. Cool. So the status is something that the user can edit, and we won't need to worry about translating that or anything like that. The span will... We probably won't worry with a lot of that, so we won't worry about with the table. I still like these. And then we've got the color. In this sort of case, these will be all different. So we'll still have the and then the dot, and then we'll go highest. Sorry, backlog. And dot blocked, and dot normal, and dot closed, like so. So yeah, we're now just got to pick up some particular values from here. So I'm going to say success, probably closed, secondary is normal, blocked should be red or something like that, but yeah, block should be danger. And then I think text should be just text. All right, yeah, let's just keep it like that. So going back into here, we're just gonna go over here and we're just gonna go background color. We're gonna go var danger. Easy done. Could we do a hover color for this? No. Actually, no, I'm gonna say no to a hover color. The reason being is it won't be interactable. And that's the reason why. So, oops. Background color. Sorry, I put the wrong. Background color. I kind of want a muted one for this one. I was thinking info. Yeah, background color for normal. Let's go primary. And then success. All right, I kind of like that. So that will be our component. Very, very simple, easy component. We'll go into the search. What we want to do now is get rid of that. We're going to go object search or status tag. Sorry, status tag. We just want the class equals object status to come through. We should really. Yeah, we really should do something like that. I do need to filter stuff into it. We also need to import the object status tag from, yep, all right, cool, that's perfectly fine. We go back down here. Once again, we'll need the status. We need these props, higher order status and status, which these need to be in the props coming from here too. so I am going to just paste them in like this. And then with status, we'll just get rid of that because we don't need that anymore. We go down here, we're just going to go, all right, cool. Yeah, I'm probably going to do that. I'm going to match it. Yeah, sucks. Give me a couple of seconds. I'm just going to fix up a few things. So one of them is over here. All right, so we've got the object ID tag. I'm going to match these up correctly. Like so. Like so. Here's up. Do you want to come up? Yes, I know. There we go. Say hi to everyone. All right, over there. All right, cool. So we've got the object ID tag. That's just matching what's downstream to what's up here. That's how I'm going to match it up. We've got the object tag. Oh, be careful, don't fall off the desk. We've got the props, we've got all this. That's why I'm doing that to match up. That will be perfectly fine. All right, cool. I'm happy with that. Cool. And then what I want to do is I need the status and stuff to go down. So we're going to do ID props. We're going to do higher order status because higher order status. The ID props doesn't make any sense. We've got the stops like that. We're just going to do that and then that. And then we're going to correct what this did here. And then we're going to do that, something like that. Not sit on the keyboard, sweetie. No, my hand's there. And at the moment, nothing will actually show properly because we're not feeding that data through. In fact, we should be throwing up errors and so forth like that. So we're going to quickly fix this up very shortly. So this is going up with this up here. Oh, this is the header, sorry. No, this one's fine. All right, it's this one up here. Notice how we've got a few errors and stuff like that. So we're just going to open up this. We're going to do something like this. We're going to put the search card over here. The reason being is so I can just reference it, that's all. So with the search results, we're going to go in here, actually. We're going to go higher order status equals, and then we're just going to go backlog. It's easy. We're going to go to the ID. We're just going to go, let's start off with 12. Object type equals project. We know what that is. Status equals, and we're just currently going to go up for discussion, something like that. Easy done. And then we're going to go title equals redevelop the NearBeach UI UX. We'll leave it something like that. And that should be it. Now this needs to be a number, so oops. Gotta be like that. And then boom. Now this up for discussion. Oof. That looks disgusting. Alright, so what's going on there? Well, I think that has something to do. We've got the width. I'm just gonna go display. It won't be block. Contents doesn't work. Yeah, none of that sort of works. It might be one of those sort of cases where I actually do need a development first. Not a problem. We'll just go straight into it. So we've got the object status tag. Here it is down here. What we want to do is we want to create a div element like so. And then I'm just going to delete these three. We're just going to paste that in. We're just going to do something like this. And Pollock, how are you going? How often do you stand up while working? Seems like good practice. Fairly often. I kind of like it. It gives me the ability to sort of step back and sort of dance around and so forth like that. I also drop things and pick them up constantly, and Socks yells at me and I can pick her up off the ground too. So yeah, quite often. All right, I'm just going to go class equals object status tag, and then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to delete it from here. In fact, I'm going to delete all of that, and I'm simplifying this to something like that. And I hate how it thinks I'm hitting F1 when I'm not. So we've now got something slightly different here. Which is a bit annoying. Got the font size, we got the padding. We can always do that, but we have the wraparound problem. Because it's a span. Actually active contributor to the project. Yes, she is. She constantly sits on the keyboard and the mouse. So yeah. All right. So we do have a wraparound problem with this. So if I hit refresh, we've got, yeah, it wraps around like that. Oh, we've got the in progress there also. All right, no, hang on. I need to fix this up very, very quickly. So that will be not the search header, that will be, sorry. That's going to be part of the search. That's going to be search results, and then that will be the search card. We'll go into the search card. Search card's over there. All right, cool. I've still got this in here. So object status should no longer exist. It should be object status tag. So if I get rid of that, boom. All right, cool. So that's looking a lot better than how we had it before. How originally we've got it. Once again, I'm going to ask people for feedback and stuff like that. In this sort of case, I'm happy for people to give feedback about the colors and the design around this. With note that I'm not 100% focused on colors at the moment. All right, we do actually have a problem with this page because we've got that showing down there. So that should... should actually have the whole entire thing on the, yeah. All right, I'm not too worried about that at the moment. That's something we will fix up later. Oh, thank you, Socks. What did you do? Oh, that's not disappearing. And that's not looking right either. So we'll do what we did with the status. Also, the status isn't lining up with how we want it to. We'll fix that up in a second. But we're missing a column there. Okay, I know what's gone wrong here. Not a problem. So, all right, Socks, you need to, no, you're coming here. No. All right. So we've got a couple of things to fix here. One of the things we've got to fix is this header bar. So the card results now has a little bit more padding. They've got 1 REM. I'm just going to go to the phone again, but I'm going to rotate it. That doesn't work. That actually has some overkill. Okay. That has some overkill. All right. It's meant to be 1.5 because of the padding. All right, cool. So search header, it's going to be, no, hang on. Now it's on the other side. All right. It'll be 100%. I'm going to refresh that. I'm just going to see what exactly is going on here. Why I've got that little overlay over there. I think it's because I'm adding on some REM here. If I do 100%, that works perfectly fine. So I'm just going to do that for the moment. So width is 100%, and then we transform it. All right, cool. I'm just going to hit refresh. Still have something overlaying and stuff like that. Oh, but that's going to be annoying. I'm going to have to try and find that now. Okay. And it's getting late. I'm running out of energy soon, so yeah, I'll have to finish up pretty quickly. Oh, it's a search card. Search card. All right, cool. No, that's search header. Got on 2 screens. All right. Width is 100%. So I'm just going to refresh. That's working. That's still working. Yeah, I've got to do something about the height of this. Then if we go into iPad, now it's not working, and that's because we've got to deal with padding. So the search header is still 100%. This might be where we go calc 100% plus 1 REM. And then we're going to translate it 1 REM that way. Where we just play the game where we double check everything. It's gonna hit refresh. We're gonna go back here. I'm gonna go search header. I'm just gonna go and give 1 REM. And then I'm just going to go calc 100% plus 0.5 REM. And then I'm gonna go 725. And then I'm just gonna go 1. All right, that works. Okay, cool. So I've just gotta figure out these little tiny tweaks. So search header, that's still fine. Oh, is it though? All right. Going back to here, gonna hit refresh. That's still fine. If I got rid of that, that will cause an issue. All right, so yeah, that's perfectly fine. We want that in there. That's perfectly fine. Then down here, when we've got at media, and this will be medium screen, so tablet, this is where we've got to start doing some width, is going to be calc 100% plus 1 rem. And then the transform is going to be translate x, and that's going to be -1 rem. So if I go to an iPad now, I'm just going to hit refresh, just in case. I can no longer, all right, cool. I can no longer bump into over there. Now, another thing I've also got to do is the object ID will be none. And then at media, medium screen, the object ID is all of a sudden going to be display. And then we're just going to do block. Like that. All right, cool. So now that lines up with that, we're all happy with that. We're going to make sure that one disappears in a second, and we'll handle the div element here in a second too. It won't take long. We've fixed this up already. So another thing we've also potentially got to do is we're going to line up everything with the header properly, which we're not at the moment. So yes, that won't take too long to do. Yeah, that should be a 6th. This one should be a 6th. Oops. Yep, alright, cool. Yeah, muck that one up. Alright, I'm gonna fix that one up very, very quickly. So, search header. Object, it's gonna be a 3rd. However, at the media, when the medium screen is on, oops. What we want to do is we want to go width, it's going to be calc 100 divided by 6. And that will, yep, that will equal all of that. So I'm just going to refresh because we just bumped a couple of things. All right, cool. We need to do that with the card one. So down here, we've got the I'm gonna fuck. Hey, when that happens, I'm just wondering if I should name these exactly the same, and I'm leaning on yes. That way we've got some consistency. All right, cool. So we've got the header, we've done the header. I'm happy with the header, how that's laying out. We've got to do that over on here. So we've got the width, we've got that and that should match. We should also do that and do that. So we've got that. Yeah, the padding is fine. The background color, yeah, that's the only thing different. So the ID tag display none, that's perfectly fine. Yep, that's exactly the same how we want it with that. when it's a medium screen, 100% divided by. All right, width. Yep. Yeah, it should be behaving the exact same, but we'll fix that up in a second. So the title then would be that times 2/3. That's all right. Who's Ox? All right. So that one in itself, object ID tag. We don't have a class on that, so we're going to go class equals object ID in there. Now I should also name that object ID tag too, just to be consistent. So you guys can't see it on this side of the screen. ID tag. All right, cool. Boom. All right, that's disappeared. We're gonna fix this one now. This would be this. So, that's the status tag. We need the ID tag. So the ID tag, once again, in this sort of case, I'm gonna go back to the card results. So I'm gonna, because we're doing quite a lot, I'm gonna bring those over here. What we've actually got is we don't have this in a div. We haven't put it in a div for a reason. So we're going to go div class equals object ID tag and handle it like that. And we're gonna delete those 3 lines, put them in here. We don't need the ID of the class on this level anymore. We can just do it like that. And then we go over here, boom. Okay, cool. So that's a lot more condensed now. The other thing that I might do is, not everything lines up perfectly. And the reason why is, if we have a look at the road here, notice how on both sides it doesn't meet the edge of the card exactly. We're going to do that. We're going to change this to do that. So the great news is we've done a lot of the hard work in the header. So we're gonna have a look at the styles in here. So in the search card itself, we're gonna scroll down. We've got everything we need in here. We've got the width being at 100%. We've got the transfer and stuff like that. So if we go down into the small phone, all of that should line up. So if we go inspect with this, you'll notice how it lines up perfectly. I'm like, great. If we shift this, you'll notice that, oh yeah, it lines up there too. Perfect. That's what we want. Then we hit the iPad. And it's like, this doesn't line up anymore. So we've got to copy over the component, what we did for the iPad. For the header for the iPad. So on here, we've got all this. We're going to scroll down to the bottom. What we had was these 4 lines. I'm just going to copy over. So we'll paste those in right now. So on a medium screen, we're changing stuff. And now, if we have a look at this, notice how it lines up better now? It's pretty good. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so that's looking a lot better. Now, the other thing that we've got to do is, if we've got multiples of these, is how to differentiate them from each other. We've also got to add in an anchor tag and stuff like that to be like, hey, when someone clicks on this, you're gonna take them somewhere else. Yeah, and then we've also got to figure out how we can actually notify screen readers, being like, hey, listen, if someone clicks on this is what's going to happen, or sort of indicate where a user can click on here, because we don't have any sort of indications that a user can click anywhere on here. What I'm going to do is get it set up so that they click anything on here and it'll just take them straight to where they need to go. So over here, this is the search card. I'm just wondering, because then this makes it a little bit harder to do this. It will actually be that, and then A, and then that, and then everything gets just shoved in there. Like so, and then I'm just linting it to make it look nice. There we go. Now we don't have an A tag at the moment, but we will in a second. So up here, what we'll have is A, we'll have a href. I'm just going to put that for the moment. Target equals self. Aria. We'll worry about all of the aria stuff a little later. And then that should not definitely break that like that. Socks, I broke it. I broke it all. What have I done, Socks? It's because of the search card. Alright, so straight off the bat. Done. That was it. Now, that will work on anything on here. I've got to fix that up. I don't like that. The next idea is I do all of that and I only put the links on the title and the ID. And leave the status as the status. All right, let's do that. We can easily do that. So the object tag itself will be in here. It's literally just a span. What we're going to do, href equals this would be simple as that. Yeah, it's going to be as simple as that. Don't know why it's appearing twice there, but we'll fix that up in a second. Yeah, why is it appearing twice? What the? We've got a span, and then we've got the object. Can I undo too much? I'm just going to go back to the search card. Yeah, alright. Yeah, I don't need that anymore. That's why. Then reorganize that and then go back in here. Done. Alright, cool. Yeah, I just didn't need one of those things. I don't like how it's underlined and stuff like that, and we'll override that in a second. Alright. Let's now do it down here. the object tag will also have the A tag on it, so we're not going to worry about that. So ref will equal, and then we'll do props dot object type / props dot ID. We'll just do something like that, and we've got it like that. I'm missing a sign off there. All right, cool. So yeah, we've got it like that, and then if we go back, we can, and then we got up for the discussion doesn't work. All right. This is coming together. We need to do the bigger page now. All right, not a problem. I'm going to fix this up, and then we're going to do the hyperlink stuff, the anchor tag stuff, because it's not going to take us too long to do the anchor tag stuff. I want to get this sort of fixed up. So what we want to do with search header, I do believe now we want 2 REMs, and then we need to shift it over by 2 REMs. Ooh, all right, maybe 3. Yeah, 3. And move it over by 1.5. Maybe 2. All right, that's easy done. So that would be for the header. So if we go to the search header, that's on that side. All right, so we're just going to add media. This is going to be large screen. And what it is we're just going to grab those 2 lines because it's going to be 10 times simpler to do that. And then we're just going to go 3, 3, and that's it. And then what we're actually going to do is we're going to grab those 4 lines. Actually, we're going to delete that. Grab those 5 lines. We're going to go over here with the search card. We're going to go bang at the bottom and just paste that in. So we've just done those recalculations. We're going to go over here. I'm just going to refresh the page. Something has gone wrong. So I'm going to play with this. I'm going to move that to 2 REM. So I need to expand it 3, but only move it 2. And there we go. Perfect. Now let's do the links and stuff like that, the anchor tags. So in here, we've got a simple anchor tag under object title. So we're just going to go down here, object title. We're just going to go boom and go anything under there with an anchor tag. What we want is line decoration or text decoration. Text decoration line is going to be none. There we go, and then we need the color bar, and then we need text. Yep, cool. Yeah, that's pretty much it. All right, so I'm happy with that. I now need to do it with the object ID. So down here, we've got a bunch of all of these. I'm just realizing we're gonna have to do them all for the anchor tag. So I'm just gonna copy that, going to do that. Anchor, we're just going to paste those in. We're going to lint so we know where everything is. Now the problem is with the colors, it's not going to work outside the anchor tags. Oops. Copy. Son of a gun. Paste. Lint. Thank you. It won't happen outside of the tags, so a tag, the anchor tag, so we're just going to get rid of it. The anchor tag's going to override it. So we're getting rid of that, and then we don't need to worry about the background color inside the anchor tag. That's just simple. We're just quickly going through and changing all of those. And then what we want to do is customer, yeah, we want to get rid of that. Is the anchor tag. What we need is text decoration line is going to be none, and then we've got something like almost like, there we go. So if I put in a task in there, so if we go into search results, let's just grab this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're just going to grab 6. We're going to grab 6 down, and we're just going to paste it. Let's paste it as not backlog but normal. Let's do an ID of that. Let's go task. Let's go status is in progress. Let's go set up the mock site so users can give feedback. And there we go. So yeah, that's what we're aiming for. Now, when you search for projects, it's going to filter for projects and only projects. Yeah. But when we do a site-wide search, we'll think how it sort of interacts. I think this will be good, and then putting everything sort of in there. Adding in pagination and all that kind of fun stuff. We haven't added it here. It might be an idea that we might put it out visually here just to show, hey, this is what it'll potentially look like. I don't mind the pagination that we've already got, but I'm willing to have a look into it. So, yeah. All right, so I'm gonna get rid of that last one. I'm gonna put in a couple in here. And Hypnotic Games, how are you going? How was your stream? Hopefully it was good. What were you up to? Anyway, welcome everyone from Hypnotic Games. I'm Robotic Head. I'm working on a project management system called NearBeach. Now, it already exists. It doesn't look that crash hot, so we are essentially doing this mock-up to get feedback from everyone to be like, all right, cool, this is what everyone wants it to look like and how it's going to react and so forth like that. So that's what we're working on today. We're doing a vertical slice. Because the good thing about NearBeach, I've got to fix this. The good thing about NearBeach is a lot of the components can be used everywhere else. So yeah, welcome everyone from the raid. I don't know if my chat has frozen up, because it does that sometimes. I'm just hitting refresh. But yes, thank you very much for the follow, Shai from Budapest. So yeah, welcome. I'm going to fix this one up very quickly because this is just a Z index sort of problem. So we've got a nav bar. What we're going to do is we just go Z index, and I'm going to put as 1,000, and it'll just appear above everything perfectly fine. So yeah. All right, let's do that right now. Let's go to nav. Go scrolling all the way down. Here it is. We just go Z index is, I'm going to put 1,000. I'm just going to link that whole entire file, and yeah, there I go. All right, cool. And I got to fix up that animation problem and stuff like that. So if you're not seeing it, it reinitializes every single time. That's because I'm making the component destroy itself if you close it. Probably not the smartest thing to do. I'll probably end up trying to find a way where I can hide it. So yeah. All right. So yeah, tonight we've just been working on the search projects sort of page. So the idea is if someone clicks on projects, you'll be here, as opposed to when you're creating a new project. Ooh, have I broken that? That does not look good. Oh, there we go. All right, I just needed to refresh. I think something along the pipeline had just broken. Ooh. All right, that was a bit weird. Something I've got to look into. All right. Okay, cool. So we were about to finish up. So I'll try and go 10 more minutes, and then we'll, I've got someone else that we could raid. They're currently on Be Right Back. So yeah. All right. Anyway, welcome everyone. Yeah, I'm Robotic Head working on an open source project management system called NearBeach. Essentially, yeah, it'll help you with your projects hopefully. And hey, the Bear Naught on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're going well. Yes, good day to you, good dunce. How's everyone? So yeah. Here, sorry, was trying to get YouTube redirect working. Okay, yeah. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. How was your stream? How's the floating heads going and stuff like that? How's the game going? So yeah. So I've got that, I've got the create project, that's, all right, project information, project search, that's popping up. I just don't know why. All right, that's working how we want it. I'm just going to get out of that screen so I can have that up the whole entire time. Oh, I think I know why it's doing that. Okay. Bone Circuit. And welcome Bone Circuit. How are you going? So yeah. Was a good stream? Oh, that's good to hear. Did some work on localization and law building. Oh, found different fonts to support future languages. Oh, nice. Yes. Yeah, because yeah, fonts are, I'm not going to say anything about fonts because I hardly know anything. I'm still learning, but yeah, it makes sense. I know I'm trying to learn some Japanese, and I know that some characters are definitely rendered differently depending on the fonts, and I get confused about them. That's all I know. So yeah. Alright, today I was just working on getting the search, once again just the mock-out with the design out there, almost finished, so yeah. I was watching Hypnotic Game dev session and he bumped me here. Can we bump people nowadays? That would be awesome to do. How do we bump? Because if that means I can bump my viewers on YouTube onto someone else, that would be awesome. Yeah, the Japanese and Korean font files. Oh, yes. Yeah, they're quite huge. They are also huge for web, if memory serves me correctly. Nature Sans, get font, the Nature Sans, I just want to download you. This is really confusing UI. I'm just going to download you. I'm going to put you in fonts. I'm going to go say, we're just going to see how big you are. I'm just going to extract. We're just going to create a new folder called NATO Sans Japanese. I'm going to extract you into there, show the files. All right, so the variable font itself is 9.1 megabytes, but that is a big file. If we actually have a look, these are 5 megabytes and stuff like that, which is considered huge for web. Absolutely huge. So, that is what YouTube redirects are. Oh, all right, I am going to try that. All right, I don't know how to do that yet. Not gonna lie. Community moderation, stream settings, analytics, dashboard, channel, I'm gonna find out how to do it. Let's find it out together because I'm pretty much finished what I wanted to do tonight. Alright, so most of this is really good. I can see an issue with the borders here. That's an easy fix. That's looking nice. Yeah, alright, cool. There is one thing I do want to actually fix very, very quickly. Where's my search results? I actually want to get rid of this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to 6 down. I'm going to paste, paste. And I'm just going to change a couple of these. Auto status normal. That's going to be, let's say, 24. This is going to be project status in development. And then what I want to do is develop mock up site for NearBeach UI UX testing and feedback. So I'll catch up on Sans. Welcome to the underground. Oh, thank you, the Bear Nort. At Bone Circuit, hug for the mobile as well when I had a budget of 99 megs for the whole game. Yeah. The honorifics are going to trip you up. The language changes with the person speaking towards the listener. Yeah, cheers for that. Yeah, I'm at the beginner stage of things. So I know a few words here and there. I'm not going to say them out loud because I will make a fool of myself. So yeah, but I'm having fun learning. Yeah. I've got a Japanese friend, and essentially I say in Japanese, very broken Japanese, hello, I'm such and such annoying friend, you know, and I'm like, I think it's the funniest joke ever. Alright, so this one would be, let's go normal again. I'm just going to put in 3 options. I think that is good enough. There we go. There is something, now that I'm thinking about this, yeah, I'm going to put in a border at the bottom. Yeah. My missus is Japanese. She translates my games for work. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. That's handy. Very, very handy. So, yeah. I'm hoping my friend will help me with the translation of NearBeach, because I'm also putting that in, adding in the ability and trying to make it as easy as possible for other people who are like, you know what, I can copy these files and put my own language in here. So, yeah. Alright, so with the search card, I'm just going to go into here. I want a border at the bottom. So the search card, we're just going to go border bottom. Border bottom. we're going to go solid 1 pixel. Actually, border color, border style, border width. I'm going to get rid of that, and that way we're still controlling stuff with our variables. So in here we've got raw, we've got border width 1, border style, solid, border radius. We don't have border color. Oh, well. I mean, I can pick. Oh no, we have border and border muted. I'm gonna go border muted. Let's find that issue. Let's just paste that in. There we go. Sweet. Send it over, and if you get stuck, cheers. Thank you. Yep. You're running to bed, 10 p.m. here. Yeah, fair enough. Have a great trip. Cheers, and thank you very much for the raid. So yeah, I will figure out redirects for YouTube and try and send people elsewhere. So yeah, because that would be good. Socks, don't you dare stand on my thing again. All right, she's now bumping the microphone. All right, let's go over here. Let's hit. I'm just going to hit refresh. We can see it's kind of coming together. I'm liking that. We are going to. I'm probably going to put in a little bit of padding in for the top and bottom and make these a little thicker. Oh, be careful, socks. Don't get too excited. Oh. Alright, that was my bad. I clicked on the hyperlink. I was meant to actually do something like this here. So, got all of that. We should have padding for that somewhere. Padding, there it is. So I am going to do it like that. I think that's better. I think having that much more space is a little bit better for that. All right, cool. So that would have been for the search cards. That would have been in here. That would have been this particular attribute right here. We should just hit that. I'm just going to refresh just to double check everything. Yeah, all right. So I think this is coming together really, really well. I'm going to put in a blocked card in there. Just give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to paste that in very, very quick. Oh, whoop. Oh, all right. I'm just going to, oh, be careful, socks. All right. So this will be blocked. I think that's, yep. All right, cool. And then what I want to do after the discussion, I'm just going to say blocked. Yeah, I think that's good enough. Alright, and what I'm going to do, YouTube Live. I wonder who is live at the moment. Alright, cool. Where do we go for live stuff now on YouTube? I don't know. Yeah. Alright, let's just go programming. Alright, let's just pop that up. Alright, cool. Oh, cheers. Yeah, thank you very much, Bone Circuit. Yeah, her name's Socks. She is nearly 12 years old. I've had her for 11. So, yeah. She causes a lot of trouble. She likes running around on the desks sometimes, knocking things over and sitting on my keyboard and mouse. So, yeah. You have to get off the computer. All right, cheers. Yeah, thank you very much for being here. I am literally going to disappear myself because it is 10:15 here. I should go to bed. I've pretty much finished what I want to set up to do. Those borders are really annoying me now. But I'll have to fix that another time. Not a problem. I'll fix it up another time. So yeah, I'm just trying to figure out YouTube redirect. So YouTube redirect. All right, and then we're gonna YouTube redirect. All right, so the eligibility. The feature is available to creators sending a redirect have more than. All right. I don't meet that. All right. Not a problem. No wonder why I can't find it. All right. DM. What I am going to do is I'm going to copy and paste a link to the person I'm going to raid on Twitch, and we're going to raid them right now. All right. So we're going to raid Chinny and Kian, a Singaporean streamer. They build mobile games. Some of them they have ported over and stuff like that to PC. So one of them is, give me 2 seconds, I actually got it. It's like, I keep mucking it up and saying the wrong thing. It's like saw blades, but it is a slight chance of saw blades. So yeah, let's go raid them. Thank you very much for everyone being here. Yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe. It does actually help. Yeah, let's hit the raid button. Let's unmute him there. And yeah, for those on YouTube, thank you very much for being here. Sorry, I can't redirect you to anywhere else. I just don't have enough subscribers yet. So yeah, I'm terribly sorry. But, yeah. Anyway, have a great evening.